Oh, the VOD. Hey, VOD people. Uh, not a lot has happened in the last 8 hours of me sleeping, so that's what's up. The Spotify has been blasting for like a solid week, but it is starting to die, so it's time to do weird shit on stream. So make a playlist, put quit your day job in it, share that playlist, put it in chat. Let's all share each other's playlists and let's make the beast happy. Also, send me tracks. Send them. I listen. We listen. We see if it's good. We just fix that mix a little bit. Anyone who subscribes and gifts a sub can get a gentleman's mix, as I call it, which is basically you can send me stems. I show you how I would approach it as it is. I punch it up a little bit. I send it to you. You can use it as a reference. You can just use it. Whatever. Gentleman's mix. That's it. That's content. Let's see what happens. It is Wednesday. It is early. So, probably stream for forever. Big old forever stream. Outside of the usual timing, time of day of when I stream. So I don't know, maybe some new people. Let's see. What do we got going on? Nothing. Post in the Discord. Okay, I'm going to put the submission link in chat. Here's how you send music. Tajin, what's up? Joe. Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How are y'all doing? Yeah, I got super busy. Streams were very regular. I got super busy, and then they were not regular. But big old normal normal stream today. Got rid of the phone. You know, I've gotten rid of my phone a couple of times, and there is a I don't know, feel like there's a balance point because there was like the first like few weeks of like no phone life where I was like no phone, no distractions. I'm in it. Um but then there was the moment of like holy shit, I need to email people need to email me, and they expect email to be kind of like a slightly shorter like longer turnaround text message. And yeah, there was like a lack of ability to properly communicate with clients and stuff. But I I do love the I love trying to go as little phone as possible. I'm happy you're doing it. For sure. Hit the old submit, send it to my email. If you don't still have it, here it is. Yeah, computer for email is good for sure. Sure, send some demos. I'm down. All right, get those tracks sent in. Let's see. So, content, what we're doing. Oh, 3 beat switches. Yeah, I'll listen for the consistency. That's cool. So some folks are sending stuff in. Feel free to send stuff in. We're hanging out. Um, I am doing a fun, I call it the gentleman's mix. Anyone who subs and gifts a sub can send stems, and I will, kind of like punch up the mix, show how I would like approach the mix as it stands, send it back to you. You can use it as a reference. It's fun stuff. It's been good content. So we're doing that. I also have the Spotify line up at the top of the screen. It went into algorithm. The cowbell, consistent cowbell. Algorithm actually spat us into it over the last week, and it picked up heavy algo plays. It's starting to die, so I am poking at it, poking at the algorithm. I made this playlist, Summer Dreams for Labor Organizing Streams, I think I called it. Summer Streams for Labor Organizing Dreams. Follow that playlist, hit play on it, and then if you take a couple of those songs, make your own playlist, post it in chat, put your music on it, put your friends' music on it. We all follow each other's playlists. Makes number the strongest it can be. Everyone wins. We're doing collective bargaining with the algorithm. So That is the stream today. Let's see if I have tracks. All right. I do. Check out this song. Well, Joe, you help me, I help you. Yeah, we're doing the Cyberpunk Algo stream today. Apes together strong, you know? Cool, yeah. Sai, what's up? Did you not go to bed? No, I basically went to sleep after you left, and then I woke up and started streaming. I do like the update. Oh, that's sweet. I like Analog Access. I use it sometimes. I give it like a A-, which is very good, you know? Like 95%. There's just some like the little pushes and the little tweaks. Sometimes there's just like a... But that's... I'm really cork sniffing. I think it's very good. Summing's interesting. Sigma Male grind set. Got that cowbell. This sounds great. And I think that the consistency is there. It's like a fine line. It's you're doing a switch up to make it inconsistent, but so you want the feel to change, but it doesn't feel like the mix is drastically changing. So that's great. I think it's in a good spot. Um Mostly I just think this is great. And I do think that this is like sometimes I take like an extended period away from stream, but then I get back on and I'm reminded that this is like the best gosh darn music community on the internet. Everyone's doing cool stuff. Let me I'm going to get like, dive really in, but the overall thing here is that this is great. You know, very very solid stuff. Okay. Um oh, here's the playlist that I made. There's a link to that. That'll give you all the you know, info you could possibly need. So I think this sounds wonderful. I'm gonna nitpick a little bit. So I've got my like full range set up, and then I've got my terrible little tiny speaker. All right, um, and a very like band past mono speaker is very insightful to find like balance things and how things will translate on consumer devices, low end, and all of that. I think in full range, this sounds killer. When I collapse it down into terrible speaker, the kick and bass balance is a little bit off. So if you don't have, but like a little bit, I'm talking like getting nudging the relationship in that area just a little bit, I think would be beneficial. If you don't have a little tiny terrible speaker, you can like band pass your mix at like the HS8 curve like 110K. And I find collapsing down to one speaker beneficial, and I would just tweak the relationship between kick and bass to have it's the bass is a little bit underwhelming there. So like a little I would bring the kick back in that bandpass region just a little bit and bring the bass up just a little bit. Probably 1 dB down, 1 dB up. And that would just make it feel a little bit yeah, dimming is good, but but going to like you know, a mono speaker, it just gives you like an entirely different perspective, and it's just really good for balance. Just like setting fader levels. Um so yeah, just a little nudge between kick and bass, and I think you're gonna be in a great place. Um Yeah, and Joe, if you make your so the thing uh I have been just like really for the last like year and a half. I don't like Spotify. Like it's not my preferred streaming thing. I am not a Spotify shill. It just is the uh the dominant platform. It's what is winning. So, it's like the world is the way that the world is, and you can either, you know, lose or win within it. Um, yes, for visibility, it's also because I'm like booking a lot of tours. I'm doing like um festival dates and stuff. I don't focus on SoundCloud just for like this reason. It's like I'm talking to a lot of um, booking agents and talent buyers and everything, and just what they're looking at is Spotify stats. It's just there, for better or for worse. Sometimes they don't read them particularly well. They book people with like a million fake streams to headline the like mid-sized clubs and stuff, but it's what they're looking at. Um, so you gotta. I've been just really diving into like how to like most efficiently push the algo. Um, yeah, don't buy streams, and this is what I've been like researching. All right. And basically, through just like this Twitch stream and like some friends, I have managed to make. So I did if anyone was around for Godbox, I just made like a garbage profile that makes like terrible noises, 30-second songs, so that you can basically like experiment with like algo pushing in the fastest, most efficient way possible. And read a lot of articles, did a lot of research to find how to prod at the algorithm, because if you can get on radio play, then it will just start to compound. And so Godbox was the first thing that I did, and through just like looking at what actions like small pools of listeners were doing, the noise band will not be headlining. It got to a point where it was spinning into radio at 100x the organic listener rate. So Godbox wound up topping at like 11,000 monthly listeners. Got like on its entire catalog, which was spread out through like 150 songs, like 500,000 plays, and that's like pure algorithm. All right. And no botting, no buying streams, no playlisting, none of that. And so what would I suggest as an artist to get into radios and future discovery? So I'm getting into that. So what I did was I found like high value actions that a user could take on Godbox, and then basically directed like people on stream to take those actions, which are, follow the page, like the track, but the biggest bang for your buck, where you see direct, Godbox. Godbox is dead now. I stopped like pushing it, but it did like exploded into the algorithm. The thing that precedes a radio push, radio being like the biggest algorithmic playlist on Spotify. It's just autoplay. Is users making playlists and like naming the playlists with keywords. And you can basically see, if 20 users like make a playlist and play from it, and it's legitimate, it's not botted and all that shit, a few days later, you'll see things start to pop into radio, where then you have like the opportunity to, push and expand and go like into algorithmic play. And that is like the out of all of these things, out of like saves, pre-saves, follows, just plays and all of that. Yeah, dude. Like 20 friends and you got to you have to play, they also have to play it. Right. Which as far as like finding 20 friends this stream, which is why I'm saying add the playlist that I put into chat. Play from it. Make your own playlist with your stuff. Put some Summer Like the Season in that playlist. Thank you very much. I'll save it. You can put it in chat. I'll tell everyone to follow each other's playlists. I think that it's actually incredibly efficient and not it's not botting, etc., etc. It's high value and makes number go up. So like you can see, so like the Summer Like the Season stuff, I've been working on this for a little bit. It's been harder than Godbox to make it go because the songs are longer. Godbox songs were 30 seconds to a minute and so on and so forth. But through these actions, like in the last week, it like really picked up heavy. So like, 13 active listeners right now. That's good. And you can kind of see when people take like algorithmic action on the material. How fascinating. Yeah, Sai, just call me up for promotion. Or just come on stream. Share your stuff. I encourage people to. All right, Joe with the playlist. Dear God. Hell yeah. Here, I'm gonna take like a small break. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna play. Let's see. I think that the first stuff is your stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and play them on stream. Here we go. Algorithm boost.
In this world, a place I can go, and I know that it can turn into hell, depending on you. And there's a part of me believing the good that remains in this world, knowing that the evil gets worse. We should move on. Dear God, tell me what they all just wanna catch from the devil on the blood moon. I'ma stay away from that. Keep me safe from the hell. Dear God, tell me what they all just wanna catch from the devil on the blood moon. I'ma stay away from that. Stay away from that hell. Pour out a child in this world full of lies. Now it hurts. See the greed on their faces separates us, don't you know? Why don't you notice face is made of diamond, but their heart is made of stone. Don't let the moon take over the sun. Tell me what they all just wanna kiss from the devil on the blood moon. I'ma stay away from that. Keep me safe from their hand. Dear God, tell me what they all just wanna kiss from the devil on the blood moon. I'ma stay away from that. Stay away from their hand. Tell me, won't you notice? Don't see what is going on. Single moment, never felt more real. No fears, not again. We just rest. You say I'm more to you. I'm afraid of your love. Please don't show me your love no more. I fall in the dark, afraid of your heart. I'm stuck by night, heavy breathing blind. No more reason, bye bye. I'm afraid of your love. You won't leave me like a demon. No, it's feeling like I'm dreaming. Come take my secrets. I know why you keep falling. I'm falling, still falling for you. You know that, where I'm going. Can't go back from you. I'm afraid of your love. Afraid of you. Bye, 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 yeah. You won't leave me like a demon. Go blind, blind, blind. Night, 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 yeah. I'm afraid of your love. I'm afraid of your love. I'm afraid of your love. I'm afraid of your love.
This is a good song. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off. Let me go back into we'll do stream audio. Yeah. So everyone, like Joe's playlist, like my playlist. Play from the playlists. We make each other. So fresh release, it can work for old stuff. It can work for new stuff. Whenever you release something new, you have a 28-day window where you get a boost, basically, like a plus 10 modifier in the Spotify D&D. But like right now, I'm doing this on what are old releases, and they are going into radio. So whenever you can make this happen, make it happen. But yeah, make playlist, share playlist, name it something fun. Stuff not download. Here we go. All right, 1,000 Nights. You know what? I'm gonna make a spreadsheet of everyone that engages with the friendly playlist friends. We're taking collective action. Song is very good. Let me dive in. Cool. I'm making my spreadsheet. All right. Does that work? Can everyone see the spreadsheet? Is the plan enacted? Okay. So I switch back and forth between Psy, of course we can add. Size playlist. Like it? Copy. I paste. Fun. Okay, so I listen on full range stereo and then go down to little tiny shitty speaker. And the thing is that it sounds good, for um, you know, as it is. But what I noticed is on the little speaker, there's just way more detail on the bass. And it's just in full range, you've got like a lot of kind of blob cleanup to do, like below 70 hertz, especially on bass. It's really, it's kind of clouding up the low end image. And it's basically when I take subs out of the mix, it sounds substantially better. And I want subs. I want to have that nice push, but just right now, the low end relationship is not clear between like kick and bass and the rest of the mix. So there's like a substantial amount of cleanup that you could do between kick and bass, which it'll only sound better. Like the sub will get subbier and the detail will be more detailed. So some low end cleanup on this, and then I think it's good. Vocals sound great, mid range sounds great, instrumental sounds great. Yeah, you could see how sidechain goes. I would start. I generally like to do a little bit of like cutting and shaping in low end before I go into dynamic relationships. 9 times out of 10, but it might do the trick. Not going to be too prescriptive there. However you get there, I think is good. And another playlist to the fire. Weekend of the Bands, wonderful. I put a heart on it. Beautifully done. I don't know. I kind of feel like this is going to work. All right. Oh, nice. Lab. I have so many tabs open. Okay, so yeah, feel free to send in a track. I'm going to pull in another Joe song. Downloading. Listen to Dreamer.
Hey, I've been looking, I've been walking through the night. I was really trying to be the one you like, to make you smile. I am just a dreamer, and there are millions of versions of my mind. I am just a dreamer, in things you don't believe in. When the night is gone, I was hiding in all time, and no one shut my mind up. Girl, I'm just a dreamer. I'm back in time now. I'm calling, don't you see? Coming to your castle full of disbelief. Love has been forgotten like a history. Why do you appear in my sleep? Go crawling on your knees, telling me that you just wanna be with me. War jumps, breaking beat. You took me to prison, no one wanna be me. I am just a dreamer, in things you don't believe in. When the night is gone, I was hiding in all time, and no one shut my mind up. Girl, I'm just a dreamer. I'm back in time now. I am just a dreamer.
Very good song. I think it sounds great so far. Both of them sound great. A little overwhelming on. I think that your biggest issue. I can't remember. Are you mixing on headphones, or like what's your mixing environment like? Um, Low end is kind of a consistent thing between these two tracks. I think that the kick and bass relationship is better with each other, but as far as to the entire track, it's just a little bit low end heavy. So I would just pull back a couple dB on low end. And then I hear like a fair amount of like clicks and pops just kind of consistently happening. So I think it might be like a sample loop or some sort of crossfade issue. And if possible, I would go in and find what's doing that and clean it up. Just some editing would be very useful here. Oh, nice. Okay. The ATC 50s are very nice. What's the room like? Okay, cool. So what we want to do, okay, bass traps and absorbers. Have you measured the room at all? Like, have you used? So I want to avoid. There's kind of like a classic moment of, and like the speakers are awesome, and you're definitely getting great results. But you know, everyone's done it. a lot of people have done it. Like, I'm going to spend a whole lot of money on speakers and then just go, like, they're good, right? Got to calibrate them, measure them, do science to them. And then it'll be even like, then it gets crazy after that point. So I would recommend SonarWorks. It sucks to measure with. Results are debatable. Okay, yeah, you don't use it. Great. I don't know. I used it for a little bit, and then I did some like deep tests, and I kind of just, I don't know. For a little bit, I was a little bit agnostic on it, like, oh, if it works for you. But it's just every test that I've run that like actually measures the room after SonarWorks in like spaces that I've been in, it's like always worse. There's always something. They're always introducing. They're either not doing anything, or it's introducing a actual problem into the room, and I think it's kind of bad. Or it gives people like a false sense of security sometimes. So what you got to do, and also the SonarWorks measurements aren't fine grained enough to make good decisions, and it takes like a half hour to measure. So if you have the measurement mic, that's the best thing you can have from SonarWorks. Or buy a measurement mic; they're $100. Use REW or REW, as everyone calls it. That'll measure your room in 15 seconds and give you way, way, way more information and a like a solid, solid footing to get your room sounding the best that it'll sound. So yeah, it might just be a matter of turning your sub up a little bit, moving stuff around a little. Is the Dayton a measurement mic? As long as it's a reference mic, it's fine. It doesn't tell you what to optimize. But if you show me your graphs, I can tell you what to optimize. You need a wizard to interpret it. Get the runes out. But you'll have a much better idea of where you need to go with it. Cause okay, so anyway, with this track and the track before, I just feel like there are shoot me an email. This track and the track before just had low end issues, which if the ATC 50s are properly calibrated, I don't think that these low end issues should be there. So let's spend a little time calibrating, and you'll be in a great place. What else was there? Cool. I have some thoughts on sub. Measure with it on, measure with it off. Sometimes with like full range speakers like that, you're actually going to use the sub to cancel low end rather than reinforce. Like, there's some fun stuff that you can do. Like, I've got a sub in this room, but it's not making sub. It's like placed carefully to null where there's a room mode. And sometimes that's like that's a pretty fun way of doing it. It's like at Electric Lady Studios, they have a room like that. I got like so into Yeah, Joe, if you measure your room, I can help you. I can definitely point you in the right direction. Germany? I'm going to Spain to help Conclave tune his room. That'll be fun. Probably cut some content. There was something. Let me get back into the song.
on my mind.
Oh yeah, it was just the low end and then the editing, the clicks and pops. What's up on this? Yeah, North Carolina trip. Uh, Going on tour in the spring. I'm going to be going through. Yeah. Oh, I totally would. Conclave did like $50,000 of app development for me, so I am doing nerd barter. If these are my studio building terms and conditions. Grab another Joe song. Enclave is awesome. Song. I just downloaded Dreamer. Fire.
Started fire now. In my deepest dark, no one else can stop the fire. Stop the fire. I am lighting up the night. No one else can stop the fire. I let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. This might be the greatest song ever, cause I wrote it just to harm you bad. I was fucking with a red-headed devil, wanna give her all I had. So was I really just a waste of her time? I was on space on her drive. She was jealous of my friends all the time, and the jealousy making her blind. Yeah. No, the jealousy turning her into a demon. I couldn't believe it. Cutting my wings, put me in a cage, and take all my freedom like I had no meaning. So was I really just a waste of her time? I was on space on her drive. Yeah. So was I really just a man for the night? Man, that doesn't feel right. Yeah. You play with my mind. You play with my time. I'm running for life. I fell for your lies. The colder my night, the brighter you smile. What did you do to us? What did you do? Start a fire now. In my deepest dark, no one else can stop my fire. Stop the fire now. I am lighting up the night. No one else can stop the fire. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn.
Okay. Cool. Very cool. I love the like granular guitar thing that comes in. Song is good. The sounds are good. Again, it's a low end issue. So I think, my number one, but this is good. Consistency is good. Basically, everything above 200 hertz is really good. So I feel like that's great. below, we have some issues. So like on this one, the decay time is really like overpowering in the track. It's like the decay is more prevalent than the transient. So it needs some shaping. Again, I think that it's kind of a can't mix what you can't hear situation. Bass is pretty undermixed, especially in the like tonal area of the bass. And then this is also like a really, when you start working on when you're working on like big full range speakers like those ATCs, it's more important than ever to have tiny shitty speaker, especially if we're getting results like this. I think that it is absolutely necessary. It's when we're in like a super hi-fi environment, a lot of the low end will get pushed to like the absolute like bottom of the spectrum that's just not audible to most playback devices. So it's really useful to just grab like like an Avantone or Auratone, like just like a mono box too. Like don't get two, get one. Just put that shitty little guy, right by your face and check it. Check mono and check it on a small speaker. And just really listen for how, first off, levels, just like basic, fader balance is pretty like addressable in that stage. And then bass, how bass translates to that. And if you've got, huge booming sub bass on full range, and then you swap to that, the little guy, and there's just no bass in it, gotta redo your bass mix. And then, get to know the little speaker, like how bass sounds on it and all of that. Anyway, I think these are really good, but there is a consistent issue on them so far, and it's just like how the low end interacts with itself and with the track as a whole. So some calibration is that's gonna help a whole lot. Probably on getting the kick and bass to be nice with each other, and then something a little more bandpassed is going to help out with how it relates to the track. That's going to be my guess. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Serious business. All right. Feel free. I think there's another Joe track. I'll check that out in 1 second. Yeah. Rue is very fast, and you can just send me the Rue file. And then from there I can bring it on stream and I can go into all the fine details on it. Let's see. I'm not your mommy. Oh, fun. Let's see. I got another Joe track. Anyone who subs and gifts a sub, get a gentleman's mix. That is what we're doing. What does save then?
Why it's looking like I lost my soul in the dust, my heart in the slum. No, I ain't right. Never let you know I'm buried in the snow. I feel I'm getting cold, won't close my eyes. No one's looking when the money's right. In the faces that are screaming out in pain. No one's showing them that I'm alive. They don't teach them, so they never can complain. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. Forgive me for no reason. I hope that this will change. Some people for no reason. Just save them from the flames. Forgive me for no reason. For not losing my eyes. I'm just a human being. Hope this will save some life. Why it's looking like I lost my soul in the dust, my heart in the slum. No, I ain't right. Never let you know I'm buried in the snow. I feel I'm getting cold, won't close my eyes. No one's looking when the money's right. In the faces that are screaming out in pain. No one's showing them that I'm alive. They don't teach them, so they never can complain. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. Forgive me for no reason. I hope that this will change. Some people for no reason. Just save them from the flames.
It's very good. Uh, Joe, I don't know if you're here or measuring your speakers. If you're not, I'll tell you this again. This one is incredibly good. The song is very, very interesting. It is probably the best mix. It has a lot of like upper mid-range detail. Bass sounds pretty good. It's still a little bit blobby, but it is in the best shape. Let me check small speaker. Yeah. It's like the choice of bass, the sound and the tonality. It just really cuts through. Sounds great. Okay, cool. You're still here. Yeah, this is great. A little bit of low end shaping on like the extreme low end would be beneficial. Just kind of like pull in some of like the decay of the rumble would be good. And then on this one, so like I think it was Desire, it has some, I'm hearing some like fade pops and stuff. So just some edit cleanup I think would be nice, but sounds great. This one is excellent. What's up, Spectral? Yeah, you got lucky there. Yeah, that's a room issue then. Because the low end is definitely substantially different on this one. So cool. Yeah, send me those measurements. Spectral, here is how you submit. Robot's gonna pop in, tell you what to do. Okay, let's check it out. All right. SoundCloud links if you can enable downloads. I will absolutely listen. Cool. CSI. Have some good work. Check out the SoundCloud.
Hello guys, welcome to my Minecraft Let's Play. Today we are going to be mining for diamonds and hopefully maybe some iron ore. Okay, let's go outside now. Let's go press the button now.
Okay. So 95% of the time when you are like analyzing a genre or track that has like a lot of low end, this is kind of like a forest for the trees moment. If people get like really excited about how much low end there is, and then there is kind of a disregard for how that's balanced out against the rest of the track. So in most cases, a thing that people listen to a lot, something that has succeeded in the marketplace of ideas of music, there is going to be something in the rest of the spectrum that kind of matches the amount of low end, depending on genre, depending on the song, depending on how the individual producer was feeling that day. That could be, an aggressive amount of mid range, an aggressive amount of upper mid range, an aggressive amount of top end, smiley face. So like this sounds good. I see that you're doing that, but it's just gonna come across as like pretty underwhelming in like a lot of playback scenarios. Yeah. Just think about like that massive amount of low end. We're talking about like very heavy around like 50 hertz and below. That's just going to get chopped off in most playback. And then, extreme low end reproduction, even in systems that have subs and so on and so forth, it varies so widely. You want to you want to focus your mixing attention on kind of like that 100, 150 to like 10K region, and just like dial it in, make it sound and feel really bass heavy without all that bass. It's like my best advice for it. But I mean, you're making a lot of good decisions. Sounds good. Cool track. Let's listen to the other one. So Joe, it's just put the mic in your listening position. So like I generally put it like right, position the mic like right around where the back of my head is, and then it'll do a timer on the level of your ears, absolutely. So you can set a timer, and then I leave the room. So like put the mic on like a mic stand, or if you don't have a mic stand, like get on the ground, hold the mic up, but try not to get your body in the way of the speakers. But then, yeah, it's going to do a noise sweep, and it'll take 10 seconds. Yeah, leave the chair. And then, after, so this is just like room response, furniture response, and all that. If you want to be like a huge nerd, you can then measure again, like with your body in it after you make changes, but that's usually unnecessary. All right. Gonna have hot Rue content coming in, so that's the kind of content that this stream thrives on. Measure that room. Okay, while we are waiting that Rue to come on in, we're making Spotify go up. We're taking collective action. This is labor organizing on Twitch. I play in a band called Summer Like the Season. It's going well. To trigger that algo, add that playlist, hit play on it, play just a couple of songs. That'll do the trick. Feel free to add your playlist, the pile, put some Summer Like the Season on it, put your own stuff on it, put a ton of stream friends on that playlist, put it in chat, and then I will add it to the big list of playlists. This is actually working. It's pretty fun. Pretty cool stuff. Where did the web version go? Anyone who participates gets added to the big list. And then every time I stream and I do this whole spiel, your playlist is on the big list. Everyone wins. Algo plays for everybody. All right, I'm going to take 5. Be right back. Nice. So, can you just export the Rue file? Then I can open it on my end because I do like a lot of tweaks. Loving the synths. Hmm. Yeah, I have some I mean I'm just kind of I'm going to be able to once I get the file, I'll be able to do better analysis. But I've got some theories. Nice. Okay, cool. You've got a lot of options on this sub, and that's good. Are you running are you running the sub out to your ATCs or are you running the sub separately? Okay. But is the sub separate? Like are you running like is it are you feeding the sub and then the sub feeds the mains? Oh, okay, cool. So it's two separate outs. That's good and bad. Um and then I'm going to look at I need the I'll look at like what the settings are for the ATC 50s too cuz it's like getting the crossover totally dialed in. But first we go to Rue. Yeah, nice. That's good. Good to have the options. Yeah, I run my sub separately too. Rue is mad at me. 1 second. My million measurements that are slightly different. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's this is, professional acoustics. It's tricky. Do you have the dimensions for your room? Like length, width, height? Holy shit, I have so many measurements. Nice. So some room. So like this is my room. It's like this is with no smoothing, I think. So like how it measures as a human, 91 at the peak, 84. So it's like plus minus 3.5. Good. Okay. Big old bump at 30. Massive null at 70. This makes sense. Now, mind you, this is so this is with no smoothing. Like if I go into my graph, remove smoothing. My low end bump so this is no smooth. So like no smoothing we use to identify problems. And then with smoothing is to get like how it actually feels. Okay, like how it actually sounds. That's kind of like my best way to describe it. So we go into no smoothing to just see what is wrong. So it's like like on my room, my low end is pretty smooth, like there's no that's my goal in like setting up the room. It's a pretty even ride. It's like ±5 with no smoothing in low end. And then I just see some comb filtering at certain points up top. This is pretty normal. I could do a little bit. I think I might do some like diffusion on the back wall to clean this up a little bit, but it's pretty livable. Then I turn on smoothing, and we see that like in practicality, that's just not much. It's pretty good. Two, this is what I'm looking for. Then we got here, and then it's the graph scales to like what's presented. So we got like 102 to 57. So we're ±20. So yeah, like low end looks pretty problematic for you. Basically up to 150, kind of like what I was hearing, and then your mixes are pretty solid. The comb filtering that you have, I would want this to be a little bit cleaned up, but it's not severe. Some of these like big nulls in the mid-range are going to be a little bit annoying, but you can kind of get your ears around it. And then the other thing that I'm going to look at is, waterfall. So decay times. Oh yeah, I like this guy. Okay. Huge amounts of decay time in the low end, and it's 60. So this is where we're going to see like where we have like standing waves and how they're going to interfere. And then like we fall off the face of the earth in this 70 to 100. That's why your kicks are a little bit wonky. And then we want decay times like under 200, like throughout, and then you're mostly there after that 150 mark. We got a couple of discrepancies, and I would want those knocked down. So that's going to be like heavy absorption. So it's like this extreme. I mean, like this above 150, I could live with this, pretty happily. But it's below that we're going to have issues. So, okay, let me go back into just pure SPL. Let's put on smoothing. And I confirm. Yeah, low end. Really out of whack. Way too much at 30. Then yeah, ±2.5 after you get through there. That's nice. Yeah, sub or room issue. I suspect, yeah, you've got a lot of, but your room. So at 3 by 5 by 3, those ATCs are going to be. It's not impossible. So there's kind of like, there's a few schools of thought on this. There's like, those speakers are a little bit too big for the room. All right. But the thing is that using full range massive speakers that are like oversized for a room, there are still benefits to it, but you need to clean up this low end. It's I think I kind of I'm working in a space that's a little bit undersized for my speakers, but I have mitigated it with trapping and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna look at pictures of your room. I'm not gonna bring them on stream. So let me get to these pics. Pics. Yeah, I mean, you've got some nice traps, tube traps, thick guys. I think one of the biggest problems is the desk. That is going to be my number one source of issues. That'd be the first thing that I look at. Trying to see. Yeah, and then your ceiling panels, it looks like none of them are over the desk. Looks like they're more over the listening area, which is good, but you gotta get some stuff over the desk. Oh, okay, cool. I can bring it on. Cool. I will then. Let's go. Okay. So these panels up here, I would get some more and I would put them over the desk. Something that I would, this is like one of those things that like really sucks about all this, because I know you got like really nice speakers, but then it's like, I'd get a different desk. Something sloped, something a little more utilitarian. Tables and stuff, they're going to cause a lot of desk cancellation. And that's probably where that big null at 60 is coming from. That's like the first thing that I would kind of investigate is desk. Panels look nice. I'm not really worried about the window. Like studio, I've got a big old window in front of me. If you like the back wall, you've got some treatment on. Tube trap. Gamer chair. Yeah, so these are just like these speakers right here. They are massive for the space. And yeah, the desk, can you get does it detach? Can you get rid of this one part, like this part right here, the left part? Okay, let's start with that. I want to eliminate as many of these like flat parallel surfaces with the ceiling as possible. So if this thing could go, I mean, it doesn't look like particularly useful. You've got all your synths on stands and stuff. I would just get rid of that and then play with the positioning of the remaining piece of the desk, like bring it closer to the wall if possible. And then, so before we go into like crazy stuff with like additional bass traps or like spending more money and stuff, this is not super fun, but the best thing you could do is play with the speaker positioning. Basically move them around. You don't have a lot of room to work, but you can, you can try bringing them like 6 inches further into the room, a little bit further apart. Play with the angle of the speakers. like I've got the like in this room I've got the Focal 11s. So they're pretty big. They are, three-way speakers, full range, and I to get the result that I get, which like, my graph is quite nice, but to get there. So the thing is that like at one point in the room I had a massive amount of treatment on the back wall, which it got it nice, but the room just felt so. I was just like in a room that was only bass traps, and it just did not feel very cozy. And I didn't have a couch, or anything. Um, and it just felt I was living in a bass trap. And I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna figure this out." So um, I took like all of my treatment out and so like you saw that I had like a million room measurements. I basically took out every single piece of trapping and just started moving my speakers around and then measured. Moved them 6 inches, moved them 3 inches, changed the angle, measured. Brought in a piece of acoustic treatment, placed it, measured. And then I don't know. I just did this over and honestly, and anytime that I build a studio, I just kind of like do this over and over and over. And what I settled on was I wanted the room to feel nice and feel ergonomic, and then do acoustics from that point. So I moved my desk, I moved my rack, I moved my gear. I got everything where I wanted it to like feel like I was in like a nice open space, and then I started tweaking like speaker placement, and then ultimately I um so like I switched the focals to their sides instead, so horizontal instead of vertical placement, which um it got the low end out of a null in the room. So there are modes that can develop from like lengthwise, widthwise, but also heightwise. So like each zone going up in vertical space. So sometimes changing the height of your speakers will have a huge impact on um, on how they measure. So consider height. I don't think you have space in that room to side fire those ATCs, so that's probably not on the table. They'd just be like a line of ATCs at that point. Yeah. Measure it without the sub. Do that. The moral of the story that I was going to get to is you're going to need to measure a lot. Basically, like change variables, change one variable at a time, and measure. And measure with Rue each time. And but yeah, measure without the sub. Then we'll keep talking. Oh, the table is holding stuff. Okay, well, we'll try to figure out how to work around the table.
Dude, I engaged in
Okay, I have thoughts. So, just turning the sub off helped certain issues, but also certain things got worse. So I think that the sub is involved in all of this. I don't want to have you doing too much stuff, but this is worth fixing because there is, I heard, like a pretty consistent issue in your mixing, and it is reflected in your readings. So, what I fully recommend, and this sucks, but I have done it, is basically taking everything possible out of a room and then using Rue and then like bringing in like each piece of treatment, each furniture, and measuring like what happens after each one and see how it changes. That said, Rue is cool. What I can tell you is that this massive dip in yeah, this is stereo. this massive dip at 70, that is desk reflection. Yep. So the next thing, it's probably all of the desk. We can get for full science, if you just give me like one, give me the left side and the right side separately. It's good to know like all of it. Get one speaker, the other speaker, the whole stereo system. We can check for a couple of issues with that data. Usually, I find that it's the stereo is actually pretty representative, even though it's not recommended. But it's, I don't know. It depends. Let's see if there's something weird going on in phase world. But I have a couple of things. I also want to see you've got a crossover on the sub. Open up the crossover to 150. You've got it set to 60. Open it up to 150. And see what happens there. And then what I am going to recommend after that, I want that measurement. I want separate speakers. I want the sub opened up to 150. Where is your sub located right now? Because the next thing that I want to try after these measurements, and the thing is because you're really good above 150, okay? So I feel like moving the sub around is going to be, first off, the easiest thing to do in your space. It's also possibly the most impactful thing you can do. Under the desk. Okay, so that sucks. So we're going to move that. So first do the measurements. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to use the sub to, we're going to try to find the position where it cancels 30 and boosts 70. Okay, so we're gonna like think a little bit outside of the box with sub placement. But first, those measurements. That's the electric lady. Yeah, the sub crawl. Do it. So turn the sub off and do just the left speaker and just the right speaker. Turn the sub on and do it in stereo and turn the crossover up to 150. So 3 measurements. Nope, keep the software totally the same. Just mute one side at the system level. Oh yeah, I love room content is good content. Hot brew time. Oh yeah, monitoring is just the problem. It was kind of fun because Joe sent some tracks that were like really good, um, and they had issues at 30 and 70, and I assumed that it was room issues, and then it was fun to see it play out like, um, in exactly this way. Hypothesis confirmed. Ah, comb filtering. Yeah, it's the room combing. One source, but many reflections. Yeah, I mean, I've got my room. Low end is solid as fuck. But then like this degree of like little like one frequency nulls, I can kind of change where they are. I can move the speakers around and everything. Um, but that's where smoothing really, the old 1/3. Um, we go to psychoacoustics and it's all plus minus 2.5. Yeah, I mean, like I've got clouds above the desk. Everything's pretty dialed in, and then I've got shitty mono speaker of truth. But basically, it's also, I feel like this is accurate enough to be very confident. But then also, I've got it set so that like things sound, because you can't get too into the graph, because if you're just all graph and not taking into account how it sounds, um, what's the point? So I've got it. I'm like side. I'm doing horizontal speaker placement. It's very very wide, and I like that. You know, I'm willing to put up with a little bit of the cants, that issue in order to just have something that I find pleasant. The graph to music balancing act. Okay, let's look at the latest measurements. Gotta make some room. Okay. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Stink. It's not bad. I think that the biggest, uh, the biggest culprit here, and again, we have to measure like comfort versus not comfort in the room. Our big culprit is that we've got an asymmetrical desk. So I would double check, get your speakers like laser leveled, is absolutely make sure that they are as close as they can possibly be, like in like distance from the wall and distance from the side wall, distance from the front wall. Get them really, 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 really precise. It's not, but I don't know. I think that we can get a better result by moving the sub around, but the big culprit here in the left right difference is the desk, which I know is not appealing to move. So let's try to get creative in other ways. Let's check. Right, if it comes, but I think that we can, I don't know, I think we can get this. Let's take a look. Okay. No, Joe, this is super fun. So, yeah, opening up the crossover is definitely helping. That is significantly better. Okay. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean EQ, like EQing the. I mean, there's got to be on those ATCs like a level of room control. I'm specking. Let me look at these specs. Oh, it's kind of simple. It's just a bass boost. All right. Nope. Don't do that. Okay. Let's move that sub around. So basically, what you can do is you can like listen in the room and you can do the sub crawl. You can like run, you know, run a test tone at 70 and crawl around and find where it's loudest. Or you can just start. Yeah, or get a friend to move the sub around. But here's what I would do. It's going to be. And there's not like a lot of tutorials on this, but get your sub out from under the desk and start moving it around. Like it's going to be where you see like these setups is it's generally going to be kind of like firing into your ass is the deal here. So get your subwoofer out, move it to one side, and bass is omnidirectional. You know, so just don't put it under the, like, do it on the right side where it's not going to be under that L-shaped table, and side fire it. All right, so speakers are pointing out towards you. Subwoofer is right angle from that. Because the thing is those ATCs are putting out plenty of low end. What we need is high quality low end. So we're going to be using the sub to... We're going to try to null out 30 and flatten out your low-end response. So you're just going to... And luckily, Rue measures very fast. Oh, absolutely. I know there's not a lot of space. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good point. I have pictures. Is the sub massive? Is the sub too big? Is everything too big? So I would look at like right where these drawers are, I would maybe like. Okay, great. Your rack, I'd maybe put it under the table. So like the gear rack under the laptop table. Okay, sub's not too big. These drawers, put them under the side table or just get them out of the room. And then the sub is going to go right around this area. Put the sub on the table. Oh, it's your cable. The sub will cover the cables. Or just like do cable management after you find the sweet spot for everything. Yeah, I side fire subs all the time. I mean, like that's what I'm doing in this room right now. So I would just like strike this, the rack, the drawers, redistribute them. Yes, just replace the sub with the drawer, absolutely. And then from like what I would do is I would just like place the side fire it, and just start moving it like 1 inch by 1 inch. Like from this, I think this is a lamp. Just from that point, and then drag it an inch and measure. Drag it an inch and measure. Until the so look at your graph, and you're just going to be looking at, that 30 hertz bump and that 70 hertz null. And just as you do each measurement, just try, like, look for places where those relationships start to change. Okay? We're trying to smooth out that relationship. And then, like, once you find that point, as you're dragging it, like, from this point to here, then we're going to play with how far into the room it is. So like this direction, and again, just see if it starts to flatten out. And then once you find that point, start playing with the crossover. All right, open up the crossover, close the crossover. You have a fully variable crossover, so do it like 1 hertz at a time if you have to. The harmonic series that you're ultimately producing in the room, like when you start solving this low end issue, it's very complex. So like one bump on the crossover can drastically change how this works. So like that's kind of the order of the operations. Drag the sub this way into the room and look for the point where we just get the best relationship in those areas. And then kind of look elsewhere on the graph, and if something like really fucked up happens at like 1.5K, not valid, look for a different spot. We don't want to cause more problems. So you're just gonna, drag, and you'll measure like the full system in stereo along with the sub. Find that nice point, and then do this direction. And then play with crossover. Yeah, I mean, play with the drawers. You don't want the sub. You probably don't want the sub to be touching the drawers. Probably. Okay, yeah, not touching. Great. Yeah, play with the aesthetics of it. We don't want it to look like shit. If it looks like shit, it'll feel like shit, and you won't want to produce. So yeah, but this can be a method of, you know, getting a nicer space. Now, the other neurotic thing that I would do, honestly, speaking of that, I would like these tube traps in the back. It's fine if the sub's on the carpet, probably. Speaking of having a nice space, I would take these tube traps out of the room and measure. See if they're even doing anything. It's just like if we are because the thing is that if we're just in room mode world, like to solve those issues with acoustics, sometimes you might need you would need like, because when I was doing just like pure like acoustic trapping in this space, I had literally 5 feet of trapping to do it before I did spatial arrangements, and my graph wasn't as good as my graph is now. So I took out shitloads of bass trapping. I got a lot of space back in my room, and then I used the I redid my speaker placement, and I did this Sidefire sub thing, and I've got like fantastic results, and it sounds really good, and my room feels like properly sized again. So if we're gonna do this, if we're going all out, go all. I'd take out those traps because they might literally be doing nothing. So it's good to, because then you could open up space in the room potentially, which would be nice. You could sell them, get a little cash. So honestly, okay, so before we start moving the sub around, get rid of the traps. This is fun. This is like the coolest, funnest stream. Yeah, I mean, it's worth seeing if the window's causing issues, but honestly, I really doubt that the window, because it's like we've got like clear desk reflection and mode issues. Windows in front of the space, because you've got the diffusion on the back wall. The window is not a likely culprit, but you could also, you could put the tube traps in front of the window and see if that does something incredible, and then just live in darkness. But again, that kind of sucks. It's nice to have some, nice to have some space. I've got like a giant picture window in front of me, and like I experimented with some, like, put some acoustic curtains on, put trapping in front of it. Didn't really change the room very much. If you've got your back wall covered, studios have windows. All right, move stuff around. Send me your rue. Oh, I don't know if you're doing it, but basically I would just take out all of the tube traps and then reintroduce them one by one. Are you changing like levels on your monitors at all? Make sure that that's consistent. Hell yeah. More Rue the better. Is this without um is this without traps? Like all traps or just the rear wall traps? It's better without those traps. Yeah, it helped 70. And it helped 30. It just kind of helped. Um, but the front wall traps, those are still there, right? Cool. If it's not a pain in the ass, I'd be curious what happens if we get rid of those too. Only left side is better than both. Okay, sorry, I was looking at graph. Let me catch up with the chat. Keep the left side and take out the front traps. All of the traps in the front. Or actually, take out all of the traps in the room. No traps. We know that we're just trying to find what the best starting place is. So right now, the best, and sorry, this is a lot to keep track of, but the best version so far is all of the traps on the front wall and just the left trap on the back wall. So far, that is the best result with the sub at 150 crossover. Measurement mic is very useful. The super cheap Behringer one is perfectly good. Yeah, for measuring, fantastic. That's a pretty good hypothesis. I haven't looked into the physical reasons. I'm kind of just like ape make graph flat. It's my very functional approach. Got to make those plugins. Physical those new IRL plugins. Yeah, phase plugs are useful. But then it's like single point source, that it's, what are you really gaining? Like in that referencing. Though I mean it just, yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I'm considering dropping a third monitor system in that would just be single source, just to, rather than, because I think that there's like an inherent, in my full range system, there are inherent phase discrepancies which are represented in many consumer products, ultimately perceived as width, stereo information. So I'm thinking about a single, single point source third monitor setup. Monostack also looks quite nice. But then it would be full range, shitty mono speaker, and stereo point source. To get the that detailed imaging. I'm merely considering it. What's up, Kojak? Kojak, how you been? Ah, yes, function 1. Doing a survive? I feel that. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I've just been... Alright, Joe survived. Kojak is surviving. I'm surviving. Alright, the base traps have been moved. Don't worry. We're gonna have to move them all again. Yeah, Stink, as much as I would love to fork over all of my money to Function 1 at some point, for my third monitor set, I'm thinking PreSonus just put out some very cheap single point source monitors that I think would be fine. Damn. 7-track original soundtrack? That's fun. That is good old-fashioned fun. Oh, right now we're doing room measurements for Joe. I'm shilling. I'm gonna shill very fast before the next round of measurements. So, as we can see, the Summer Like This Season Spotify up in the upper left-hand corner there has actually been popping off. And how awesome. I've been working on this for a long time, figuring out the way to tickle the algorithm into serving me on radio, which it is working. The most effective thing to get points in their shitty little game is to have people play things from playlists and make their own playlists. So I have got a fresh playlist, Summer Streams for Labor Organizing Dreams. Just head on over there, play a track or two from that playlist, add it to your library, but then this is where we do the labor organizing of a ton of. This morning I started the database of everyone else's playlists. Let me pull up that link. Did I get rid of it? I did. All right. No, I didn't. Here it is. If you make your own playlist, you can have your own songs in it, everyone else's songs. Just drop that in chat and I will add it to the database of the A Ton of and Friends playlist database. We build our own little ethical network of mutual aid. Everyone pops off. This is my plan. It is working. That's the name of the game. That's the shill. Let's look at these latest measurements from Joe. Let's see if these bass traps are doing anything. Okay. Good news is that they were doing something. Killing those decay times at 65 in your low mid region. So that's good. It's good to see them doing something. Let's reintroduce bass traps. So let me... So here's the thing. The comb filter, this makes sense. The more stuff that you have, the more surfaces you have, the more comb filtering you can introduce in a room. without base traps, it's a little more pleasant up top. So we want to introduce as few as possible. All right. I just find this a little more pleasant. So let's. So it looks like you've got. Are these ones on the far? Is this just one trap? Is it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the front wall? Okay, so those are 8. Okay, let's bring them in one at a time. Different sizes. Let's bring in the bigger guys first. And we don't have to be psychopaths. Let's not do one at a time. Let's do left and right. 99% of the time that's going to be the answer on the front wall. So let's just do a big guy on the right and a big guy on the left. But don't make the full stack. Just put them on the floor. One. So like one on the left, one on the right. So what we want to see is how we want to kill that decay. So obviously they're killing the decay time, and that's awesome. We want to see that result. That they're really working well at doing that. But we want to see how many it takes to do it. Because if we can do it with 2, we'll get less of the comb filtering, less of like an over dampening on top end, and ultimately have less shit in the room. So let's see how many it takes to kill the decay. Hello, Conclave. How you feeling? A bit better? All right. Yeah, just keep taking it easy on yourself. COVID really sucks. You do have to move, though. All right. Just stay absolutely still. Just conserve all of your energy. Fuck. That sucks. Nice. The old you want to be paid. Classic negotiation tactic. Hey. I haven't run ads all day. Should do. Should blast some ads. Hey, a ceiling. That's nice. Love ceilings. Uh, paneling for the ceiling? I mean, do you have options on that at all right now? Or are you wondering where to place lights? Basically, rule of thumb on like no, it's already going in. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's actually going to be helpful. It's like like those are like soft like foam ceiling tiles. That's great actually. Yes. The office type is actually like that that's going to help. Fuck yeah. Yay. Go with good news on that. Okay, let's look at Joe's reading. Does this knock down the decay times? That's the big question. Front big.
Okay. That's, we knock the decay time down, but it's still not as good with all of them. So is that with uh the two front ones? So like two total, not four total, right? Let's bring in the other two big ones. Let's see. So yeah, hanging them from the concrete ring beam if we have to do extensive. But the thing is that like it's a question of measuring, like with the setup and with your speakers and everything. Those having the paneled ceiling might just do it. Or it could be like mitigated with like a literal cloud trap rather than an absorbive cloud trap. Like basically like uh like a hippie fucking like tapestry hung over the over the listening position, blocking lights. Yeah. I mean it depends on the strength of the light, but I'm thinking so with the office panels, that might do enough absorption. And then like a pleasant tapestry like over the listening position, and maybe if it's in the way of lights, that's potentially a problem, but maybe they shine through and maybe it does like a light diffusion. Yeah, parachute. Let's get a parachute. Get a parachute, bro. Now, but then we also open up a fun possibility with the acoustic paneling. Like, if there are any extras, um, we could stack them like we could like double up on them, but over. You know what I mean? If if Kush says umbrella, I believe in the Gregory Scott. Cool. Let's get parachutes and umbrellas. But I think that it's very possible that we cannot do like anything heavy at all to do it. Yeah, let's bring in two more of the big guys, Joe, and see where it's measuring. And then we'll play with like the position of the big guys. We're doing our calisthenics today. All right, folks, it's the Attentive Stream. I'm helping Joe measure his room and get better low-end results. So that is the riveting content. If you want to send me a track to listen to, here's how you do it. But if not, just enjoy the graphs. It's graph time at a ton of. We are trying to fix the 100 hertz hole. It's at 70 to be precise. But honestly, this is like the truest edutainment that there is. The room has massive speakers in a pretty small space. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. But I think I feel like we're gonna be able to get this though. Yeah, so here's room. These speakers are massive. We love big speakers. But there's like a low end. It's the room combined with like quite a bit of low end being pumped out, and we just got to address it. But it's getting better. We've been at this for a couple hours, and I will say, it's getting better. Let's see. New measurements. Fresh measurements just dropped. New measurements. Who dis? Oh, and Kojak has sent music. Oh, Kojak, you sent me some of these old room pics before. Looks like a lovely space. I didn't see all the plants before. Very nice plants. Gotta have those computer monitors. Let's see. Yeah, I'll bring the picture on a stream. Okay, I like this one a lot. It just doesn't have the decay time reduction of having all of them in there. So let's bring in 2 of the slim guys. Actually, okay. Before you bring in the slim guys, instead of stacking the 2, put them side by side. So like the 2 tubes next to each other rather than stacked. And behold, we're showing each other rooms. Behold Kojak's monitors. I love the the vibe. The lamps, triple lamp. Monitor, 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 monitor. Conclave. Yeah, you could totally side fire those monitors, but I just feel like they would probably at that point be like touching because of the space. So I just don't feel that would be one of my first moves, but I just don't think there's the room. Be basically like a giant mono bar. Yeah, space confinement though. Yeah, straight into the wall. Yeah, I think that the side fire, vertical, horizontal, I think it's worth measuring both. But like a lot of the time, especially for like your own personal listening, it narrows the sweet spot. is like that's true, you know. But the thing is that if you know where the sweet spot is and it's where you're at, it'll be, you know, that's what you need. And a lot of the times the side fire will make the sweet spot, while narrower, nicer and better. Yeah, Jennies are a little hard to do. They kind of, the shape of them are not generally conducive. Yeah. And then the thing is that, so like one of the benefits of having like the woofer and tweeters, I mean, first off, you get like the width of like wide tweeters, but you can solve a lot of room issues by putting the woofer and tweeter in the same modal position, like height-wise. Sometimes you get like a weird thing, and then you're also able to, like, something that isn't considered a lot, like we have like the, what is it, axial and the other science word, long and wide modes. But up and down modes are not considered as much, but they're just as real of a problem. And if you get your speakers into that same space, you can then do height adjustment. And that's where a lot of the stickier problems are at. All right. Let's see. Is this the one? Is this the measurement? And then, Kojak, I will listen to your stuff too. Come on, we're pulling for this one. Nope. All right. Bring in the small guys. Try putting this, like, so all the big guys are in there. Try putting the two small guys, stack them on top of the big guy on the the far corner. I want to find the like absolute min-max here. Yeah, keep the big ones next to each other and then stack a small one on the left side and a small one on the right side. Yep, in the corners. This is fun. Kojak, new music. Nice, plenty of material. This is fun. Gladiators in space. I am Starticus. Hey, this shit still kind of sounds like the future, you know? Sounds like cyberpunk. This is fun. This is good. Kojak, this is awesome. I'd love like a little more like upper mid like bite for translatability. It's a little bit overly low end focus, but this is like super solid. I know you did it really fast. Joe, the other two little traps, stack them. So keep it like big on bottom and then little on top, but bring in the rest of the little tops, and then let's see how that looks. There's some stuff that I like more about this and some stuff that I don't like as much. Let's see what happens next. Oh, actually, before you bring in the little guys, put the one, it was on the synth side, the tube trap, put that one in. Banana, 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 banana. Banana, 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 banana. Yeah, it works. Yeah. Take the little guy out and then do the synth side one. Just trying to find, we're going to make your room so nice aesthetically and acoustically. Oh, Conclave, that's awesome. Yeah, we'll get your studio sounding nice. It looks like, so I'm just gonna fly out of Chicago. That opens up my options a lot, gets rid of like some of the shittier things, and it's pretty affordable. So looking at the grab a ticket pretty fucking soon. Oh, Chicago. I mean, Chicago's like 4 hours from Detroit, and the flights are cheaper and more direct. And I've got buds in Chicago, so I can just go and, hang out there. Hang out there for a day and then fly out. I think like November 5th looks good. That's good with you. I'll before I get my ticket, I'll make sure that the dates are cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking like 10 days. That should be enough time to get the room sounding nice and do stuff other than just that. Oh, nice. Custom desk. That fucking rules. Yeah, I want to see. It's like I want to get that decay time. Let's see what happens when that synth side. Atlanta. I'm gonna do I think we're playing Atlanta this spring. And also, I think we're doing a run down to Miami to do some Art Basel shit. So maybe Atlanta on the way out there. Keep you posted. I kind of love that this is like, not to be a view count, Andy, but this is amongst the highest consistent view count that the stream has ever had. And we're just doing Rue measurements, and I think that's awesome. Fucking, this is the juice. Right, we have almost crossed paths a few times. Okay. Fresh measurements. We're getting somewhere. Do you have the measurement? I'm just to double check. Do you have the measurement mic on a mic stand? Or are you like holding it in place relatively? Okay, you don't have a holder. Holding it between his legs. All right. So there's just like some discrepancies that are going to be like caused by that. I just need like a I just need to know like kind of like what our margin of error is. Jack Spade's official. Thanks for the follow. So this has given us some very interesting information. Having some big guys, so the decay times like around 200. I hate that. But we introduced the synth guy, and we're starting to knock those down substantially. So that good. Yeah. This is very interesting. Okay, I'm going to make you move the big traps again. So take the one by the synth. Get that out of the room. So you've got the two big traps next to each other. Take the ones that are next to them and make a stack on the synth side. So like one big trap on the left, one big on the right, and then two big guys in the synth corner. Yes. So like 3 total. One on the left, one on the right, one on the synth side. Let's try that. Get the tunes going again. Let's loop this. Gonna turn it down a little bit. This will be the A Ton of soundtrack for tuning this room. All right, this VOD is gonna pop off. This is gonna be the one. It's a viral video. Furniture time. Sofas are nice. Oh, the double speaker setup. Fuck yeah. Obviously you like what you like. I'm gonna give, I don't know, I'm kind of like talking myself into it throughout the stream, but they're very affordable, but I've been reading some pretty good reviews. There's the new PreSonus single point monitors. I think that bring in a third, well, in this room, third set of reference. Then I've got my Jennies in the other room. So yeah, I mean, Genelecs are very tempting. They're just generally tempting. Little temptresses. Oh, yeah. Those are great. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to get somewhere here. Yeah. We're definitely getting into a good place. So let's I want to try. I like this. I like where this is at. Let's so you've got like a big guy. So 3 of the big ones. Let's try putting the 4th big one on top of the synth side trap. So one in front on the left, one in front on the right, and then 2 stack. Oh no. Two stacked. Oh, so the Okay, so tell me what all is happening in the room right now? So like between what's the distribution of small guys and big guys? Conclave, the ATCs are surprisingly lacking in tuning capability on the speaker itself. Just a bass boost. Okay, so 6. So there's 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and then 2 in the back right now. Okay. Cool. I like where this is looking. Let me see if there's some custom it's not time for a curve yet. There's still like a we're just trying to get the decay times evened out as much as possible. The problem that exists in the room is that we have a substantial null. So like at 30, we're at 103 dB, and at 69, we're at 68.5. So we really need to, like, you know, we zoom out, it's all good, but, you know, we're plus minus 25 on everything right now. So we need to trying to close this gap a little bit. Which... let's start moving that sub around. So the 4 small tube traps, those can just be used elsewhere in your house, or you can resell them. Get yourself a tiny, shitty speaker with it. Right. You'll probably be okay. Is it just synths that are on the other circuit? Very lucky dog. Just see if the power goes out. It's probably okay. Holy shit, that is a meal fit for a king. Buddy's living good. I feel like you could probably redistribute some of that power. The thing is that like if this sub thing like really works, then like moving your rack to like the other table or something is probably a solid thing, or like the rack under the table. I've got a rack under my table and it's nice. I just like it's right there, you know? Knobs. I feel like moving the sub around could fix this issue. Or at least get it into a place where it's not going to be as terrible. Nice. Move that sub. Cool. Well, I'll see you in a bit. Nice. Okay, it's phone stream time. All right, I'm going to take 5. I'll be right back. Hey, Chakra. Yeah, you can send me something for sure. Right, open up the window. That's fun. Just put those speakers outside, you know? Take the roof off. Oh, Conclave, rest in peace. Big oof. Oh yeah, should someone be Man, that would make this like actually viral content. Like if someone was running ChatGPT for acoustic suggestion, like parallel to the stream. See who's more efficient, see who gets better results. Could show it stuff. I was gonna say, ChatGPT, rate these nuts. Are these nice nuts? I let my dogs pee, but I did not pee, so I'm gonna go pee. What's up? We're already 4 hours into this stream. Okay. Okay, you're back. Oh, do you have a measurement? That was like permission. Permission to pee, sir. Okay. Yeah, send photos with the next one. Let's see how everything's looking. All right, Conclave is building Skynet. Hell yeah. Okay, so we're really fixing up this room right now. That has been the main content of the day. If anyone wants to send something in, here's how you do it. I'm also collectivizing, algo pushing. Basically, here's a spreadsheet. I have made a Spotify playlist. Add it to your library. Play some Summer Like the Season from it. Make your own playlist. Post it in chat. I add you to the database. Everyone follows that. Plays from that. Gets your music going. Gets my music going. We are collectively bargaining with Spotify. That is the name of the game today. Collect our pennies. New measurements. New pictures. Oh, so the sub, it's probably gonna want. I'll take a look at the measurements, but you're gonna want it to be facing 90 degrees from the speaker, so facing the towards you. Speakers are on stands. Yes, I got the update. I'm taking a look at it. This is better. I love living in a lemon room. That's nice. So what's happened here? Okay. It's still not great, but we've taken these nulls aren't as drastic. That's going to be more translatable right off the bat, but we need to get this relationship tighter. Hell yeah, synesthesia could only help. Conclave, these speakers are pretty tight to the front wall. They're very heavy, and Joe would like to avoid moving them. I would like experiment with bringing them closer to the wall, but they are really heavy fuckers. So, Joe, this is definitely going somewhere, but I need you to take the sub and point it, turn it 90 degrees so that it's shooting like away from the wall. We want to introduce cancellation at 30. It's 1/5 and 1/3 are a thing. A half is a thing. All of the fractions are things. But then it's also... It's like... Once we get into the practicality of, like, Joe's massive collection of synths, table, room material, what the walls are made out of, the million variables, it's like you just start working with the room. Yeah, there's a little bit of stuff up on the ceiling. The thing is that, you know, once we get past 150, it's quite good. Turn on smoothing. Plus minus 6. Above 150. Below 150, it's a fucking nightmare. But I think that we can just introduce some voodoo magic with the sub. Okay. Now we start moving the sub. So let me take a look. Microwave coffee. Second coffee. Hold on. Let me get my brain on straight. Okay, so the thing is that I feel like where the sub is going to ideally wind up is where the drawer and the rack is. But basically bring it, further into the room. No, I am not knocking your microwave coffee. I'll do instant coffee sometimes. I mean, coffee is coffee, and sometimes a fast coffee is the right coffee. Well, then you've found ultimate coffee. Ultimate coffee. Right. I mean, if it's better and faster. Microwave eggs. Haven't tried microwave. I'll do it. I'll give it a go. Yeah, ideally swap, but let's see the measurement. Can't put the rack under the table. What about the rack? What about putting the rack on the, on the table on the left side? So we don't know about further or close. I'm trying to find the, how far out into the room, and then we're going to play with in and out from the wall. Ah, synth cables. Let's see. Gotta have those synth cables. I don't know about its relationship to wall or table yet. We want to find. So it's this way first, and then
the wall table relationship. Nice, yeah, give it an old measure. Yeah, Stink, that's interesting. If this doesn't start to move the needle, but we're very, right, for sure. Well, regardless of the characteristic of the I guess so, like, if it's that the speaker just pumps out plus 12 dB at 30 hertz, that's a problem regardless. That has to be solved. You know? But that said, things are starting to move and change. So I want to focus on this. But yeah, if this like doesn't work out at all, more data could be good. Then there's a point where you just have so much data. Hey, all right. Okay. See this? This is starting to... You could have been somebody. This is starting to be somebody. Like, it's so... I fucking love this method. And no one... I don't know. No one does, like, a fucking YouTube on this. But here we are, making our own YouTube. Like, just moving the sub, like, we start to see, like, cleaner, like, up from 2 to 4K. It's crazy. And then we got, like, this pretty substantial dip at 135. Clearing that up. Okay. This is... we can get this even better. But we're like in a zone. Next up, so in the sub settings. So let's leave the sub where it is, but let's start tweaking the subs settings. Okay, so first I want to... The crossover goes all the way down to 25. Set the crossover... Is it a variable crossover, or does it hard latch to like 40 and like the markings?
Does it just click from 25 to 40, or is it variable? Okay, cool. So set it like between 25 and 40. So get it like right at 30. Measure that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to... so just get that measurement. Set the crossover pretty low. I want to see what that's like. Set the crossover like here. Get that measurement. And then we're going to start using this phase rotation. And we're going to just start cranking that around. And we're going to see if we can start to kill 30. Hey Black, this is Joe's studio. We're fixing up the room right now. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily mind the angle on those speakers. But that said, because again, we're plus minus 6 above 150. So we can, that's great. We've got, there's no decay time. It's flat. And most importantly, Joe's mixes above 150 are fucking wonderful. All right. So I don't want to I'm trying to not change the things that are good in the room. And the things that are getting good results. Because, Joe's mixes above 150 are, practically flawless. Super good. It's just, the room is a mess below 150, and the mixes are a mess. So, try to change only, and we're starting to chip away at some of the bad shit. Yeah, and if anyone wants to send in a song in between room measurements, that's how you do it. Okay. I don't like this big old dip. But below 100, much substantially nicer. Decay times are better. Okay. Keep the roll off at 30. And let's start twisting the phase knob. So here's the thing, 89. So like, as it stands right now, psychoacoustics, we're like starting to be good. We're starting to be pretty fucking good, honestly. Decay times are down. I just don't like... So, you know, in smoothing world, we're looking pretty good. Unsmoothed, I want to see if we can get rid of this big fucking null at 106. If that gets cleared up, I'd call this good. And then it's just going to have like a little bit of a bump at 30, which if we're not nulling out in other places, I've got a little bump at 30. It's like pleasant, you know? That's just room curve at that point. Joe, have you like listened to a track at all in the during this? Oh, you've got stream audio going. Nice. Fuck yeah. You are muting the stream when you're measuring, right? Okay, cool. I just want to... I'm like, oh no. A variable. Okay, fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. If it's sounding better, that rules. So Joe doesn't have a mic stand available. So what does work is if you like on the ground and hold the mic up. But it's okay as long as we see right the tiny holder. Yeah, you're on the ground. You're good. It'll be fine. We can see like the changes from graph to graph are giving me a yes, no, Joe's pretty he's an expert mic holder. Bing bong bong. True. Yeah, I am I'm disregarding anything below 30. I don't really care about, I don't care. I just know that this this approximate curve just matches up with the mixes that I heard from Joe so much that if we can kind of smooth out the from graph to graph internal measurements. Right. You now care about sub 30? Yeah, big improvement in graph. We love graph, and if it also is sounding better, then that is. Joe, did you try doing the phase rotation? Oh, you don't know how much? I can put the graph at 1/3, but we're looking to solve issues first. At 1/3, we're good. But you got to solve problems first. Tracking down a problem. Joe, as far as like how much to turn it, like what I would do, but I am insane, is just like turn it a little bit, measure, turn it a little bit, measure, turn it a little bit, measure. Let's just start. Get your hand on the phase rotation and start so listen to the track and sweep it. Use your ears. Get it into a zone where you're like, it sounds good. And then we'll start measuring. Let's do that. If you can't hear a difference, then we're just going to have to twist a little, measure, twist a little, measure. We're 5 hours into the stream. I'm just gonna eat a sandwich really fast. So sandwich time, and we keep doing graph. Oh, Joe, I appreciate it. I do love working for money. But also this is fun. But also money is good. False delivery notification, so still waiting for sandwich. But graph. Sometimes they do steal the sandwich. Waiting for love, waiting for sandwich. Very similar states of being. Horny for sandwich. All right. New graph. Phase feeling. Well, would you look at that? Cut down on the decay time. It's 65. On smoothing, plus minus 6. Yeah, everyone's hungry now. I mean, we've all earned it. Joe. I mean, this is like a huge improvement. I think that we got like a nice location for the sub. The phase rotation seems totally dialed in. Yeah, your ear's great. Okay, I want to do, because I think that this is very good, and this would be, I think that this would be a perfectly fine place to have this live. But I want to see if we can clean up the bottom just a little bit. So leave the sub exactly where it is. Leave the phase rotation where it is. Let's start to open up the crossover. All right. So just note where it is right now, because if these results aren't better, we're just going to go back to this, and I think this is a perfectly good place for you to work on. But let's just open up the crossover to kind of like its set points. Like, let's open it up to 40, 60, just everywhere that they have it marked. We'll just do their markings, okay? And then I just want to see, so do those, like, I think, let me look at your sub. Okay, yeah. Just do so do a measurement at 40, a measurement at 60, a measurement at 80, a measurement at 100, 120, and 130. Just give me all of those at the same time. Nice. Very nice.
Okay, sandwich actually exists.
Crossover at 30 is the best. There's like some there's some like pros and cons, but ultimately best of, all worlds, decay time, smoothness, put it at 30. And then listen to some music and just like see if it sounds good. Tell us how it sounds. Oh, I mean, this is a huge, to have done this without like moving your mains that are fucking huge as fuck. We didn't spend any money. And we actually got rid of bass traps, so it's like a positive gain. And then this is where we started. And then we've got some scaling issues. So this is smooth. This is 1/3 octave smoothing. So this is smoothed out, and then we have some like scale variance that we have to account for because you're measuring by hand. But what we can see is, so in our original measurement at, totally smoothed out, we've got this giant, like muddy, like pretty high decay time blob from like 30 to 50, and it's even at smoothing 99. Yeah, 14 dB above like your average for the rest, for the rest of the rest of the spectrum. Here's 30, and like we're matched up into the mids, a little dippage at 1K. What is that? 99. To 93, dude. That's huge. So we went from a 14 dB difference to 6. Oh, it was pizza time? I was just kind of recapping. I was looking at so like your original, I put on 1/3 smoothing, and like basically end of the story is we had 99 at 30 to like at 1K, which is kind of like where I like to look at stuff. 85, so 14 dB at 30 hertz. And then check this shit out. At 30 hertz, we are 100. And then a 1K, 93. So like around 6.5 dB, 6 dB, like outside from like, you know, from 30 to 1K. That's huge. That is just like a huge gain. And that was with spending no money and actually getting rid of bass traps. You're free to experiment with EQ. I personally don't like doing post EQ. Depending on like where you're going, how you're going about it, it can introduce some phase issues. Yeah, and the pre-ringing and stuff. I'd say like play with it, but I just find like every time that I add like a post EQ on my stuff, I just wind up, if you can get used to like how it sounds, and I guess here's the thing. If you can get good results with this and you like how it sounds, I just love I love working natty with my speakers. That is but that's personal preference. So I'm biased. So I'm definitely biased in that. But I think that if you just listen to some reference material, get used to your stuff. But you're definitely, the thing is that this is pretty fucking sick. The graph is sick. This is, I think, especially considering that you're in like an incredibly small space with massive speakers, getting better than this would be, I don't know, it'd be pretty wild. When you're like 5 meters by 3 meters, 5.5. Giant fucking ATCs. And you've got this going. That's the business. Yeah. Oh, for sure, Stink. I know you can do it right. It's just personal. It's like the personal preference of it. But I tweak. I mean, you saw my room. I tweak my room like crazy. And it just kind of work from there. So this is my curve without smoothing. So like my low end coherence is really tight. Pretty. And this is all scaled out. That said, put smoothing on yours. It's looking pretty fucking good. It's just like a little I think you've got like an extra like 3.5 dB on mine. But mine's crazy. I spent like 3 separate like week-long stints just moving things 1 inch at a time. You blasted this out in an afternoon. I think you could just be, I'm saying just be done with it. Yeah, teeny tiny changes. Yeah, Joe, I'm very curious to see what happens with your mixes. I think that'll be such a fun science experiment. Yeah, definitely take a couple hours and just listen to a lot of stuff that you like to listen to and then dive into your mixes. Just do some referencing. And then yeah, totally like hit up Stink. Stink is the room the speaker EQ wizard. I totally trust Stink on that. All right. This is I think, legendary stream. Stream of legend. Hell yeah, Joe. I'm really happy to do it. Yes. Yes, I see your, I see the importance. Damn, dude. That's awesome. Yeah. No, I think that, I mean, I'm in the same, this is my space that I spend a whole lot of time in as well. And you want to, it's like you got to get that, the balance between it being a space that is nice to be in while also being accurate for audio is such a important balancing act. It has to feel nice and it has to sound accurate. And I think you've got, like you're striking a nice balance here now. Okay, what a good stream. Again, we are collectively bargaining with Spotify. That's what I'm calling it. Hit that link. There is a link to my playlist in the upper left-hand corner of that link. Follow it. Play songs from it. I then encourage people to make your own playlist. Add some of my songs to it. I'll add your songs to mine. We'll do a little, follow for follow, old school internet. Except this works. As you can see, the, concurrent plays have been pretty good during this stream. Try to get that popping for everybody. Just drop your playlists in chat anytime. I'll add them to the database. Follow other people's, play those. And we'll try to get everyone, all of the a ton of stream, a ton of heads. We'll try to get everyone popping off. But holy shit, 6 hours of streaming just blasted by. And I started early today. It's like 3:30 in the afternoon for me. I do have other things that I should probably do today, so I'm going to sign off. This was a very good stream. I will see everybody on the next one. Peace.